Thank you. You may be seated. I'm going to ask you guys to sit behind in the front row. Yeah, sit behind, please. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. We are going to get going. As I explained to you yesterday, I'm going to read the charge of the court to you. It's not very long, but it is going to take me about 10 minutes to read it to you. You don't have to take any notes. You are going to have this order in the back with you when you deliberate. So the law requires that I read it just to make sure that everyone has had it read to them. In cause number 2023 CR 6452, the state of Texas versus Daniel Garcia, the charge of the court reads as follows. Members of the jury. The defendant, Daniel Garcia, is charged by indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 24th day of July, 2021 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person intentionally or knowingly, by act or omission, causes serious bodily injury to a child. Our law also provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person recklessly, by act or omission, causes serious bodily injury to a child. Our law also provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person intentionally or knowingly, by act or omission, causes bodily injury to a child. Our law also provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person recklessly, by act or omission, causes bodily injury to a child. Child means a person 14 years of age or younger. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary. Omission means failure to act. An omission that causes serious bodily injury or bodily injury to a child is conduct constituting the offense of injury to a child if the actor has assumed care, custody, or control of a child. A person has assumed care, custody, or control of a child if the person has, by act, words, or course of conduct, acted so as to cause a reasonable person to conclude that the person has accepted responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care for the child. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious, objective, or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. You are instructed that an accomplice witness, as the term is hereinafter used, means any person connected with the crime charged as a party thereto, and includes all persons who are connected with the crime as such parties by unlawful act or omission on their part, transpiring either before or during the time of the commission of the offense, and whether or not they were present and participated in the commission of the crime. You are instructed that a conviction cannot be had upon the testimony of an accomplice witness unless the jury first believes that the accomplice witness's testimony is true and that it shows the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against him, and even then you cannot convict unless the accomplice witness's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged, and the corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. The witness, Nicole Aguilar, is an accomplice if an offense was committed, and you cannot convict the defendant upon her testimony unless you first believe that the portion of her testimony that ascribes guilt to the defendant is true and shows that the defendant is guilty as charged. And then you cannot convict the defendant upon said testimony unless you further believe that there is other evidence in the case outside of the testimony of Nicole Aguilar tending to connect the defendant with the offense committed, if you find that an offense was committed. The corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense. It must tend to connect the defendant with its commission, and then from all the evidence, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against him. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or, on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child as charged in the indictment, and do not consider any of the lesser included offenses as instructed in paragraphs 10 through 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 10 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a child. Paragraph 10. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did recklessly by act cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or, on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did recklessly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a child, and do not consider any of the lesser included offenses as instructed in paragraphs 11 through 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict not guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 11 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury to a child. Paragraph 11 reads, now if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by omission cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury to a child, and do not consider any of the other lesser included offenses as instructed in paragraph 12 and 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict not guilty of the lesser included offense of intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 12 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing bodily injury to a child. Paragraph 12. Paragraph 12 reads as follows. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Daniel Garcia did recklessly by act cause bodily injury to a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did recklessly by omission cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing bodily injury to a child, and do not consider any other lesser included offense as instructed in paragraph 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict, not guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 13 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of misdemeanor assault. Paragraph 13, our law provides that a person commits the offense of misdemeanor assault if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of misdemeanor assault. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, not guilty of the lesser included offense of misdemeanor assault. Our law provides a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to the fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. You are instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, iPad, tablet, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any social media platform, internet, chat room, blog, or website to include, but not limited to, Google, Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, or X, to communicate with anyone, any information, or receive any information from anyone about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Written statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many items, statements, and reports may be marked with an exhibit number but are neither offered nor received in evidence. The court can only send statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. The grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in determining whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless the element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all evidence in the case, The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all of the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in your deliberations. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given the testimony. But the law of the case you must receive from the court as contained in these instructions and be governed thereby. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication was intended. After argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and proceed with your deliberations. After you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror will certify thereto by filling in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and signing his or her name as presiding juror. The forms are not intended to suggest to you what your verdict should be. Your sole duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. If the jury wishes to communicate with the court, they shall notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Maria J. Mesa of the 226th District Court. I will sign the jury charge. I have attached the appropriate verdict forms for your use. And with that, State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, thank you very much for your participation this last week and week before. I can tell you guys have shown up on time and that you have been very attentive throughout this trial. And myself and Oscar and Sarah, we sincerely appreciate that attentiveness. I'm going to go through this kind of page by page and just give you the quick breakdown of how this is going to work. Then Oscar later on, he's going to dig in a little deeper. The first few pages, as the judge read, have the charged offense, and they list what are called lesser offenses. The charged offense is a first-degree felony, and there are some lessers, which are second and third-degree felonies and lower. Okay? Obviously, Oscar and I, we're asking you to convict on the first-degree felony, and I'm going to tell you why here in a minute. Then on the third page, you're going to see definitions. Some of these are not really at issue. For instance, child. Was Dominic Aguilar a child? I don't think that's really disputed. His body was put in a small box, 3x3, when it was taken to the medical examiner in Colorado. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or impairment of the physical condition. Bodily injury, those types of assaults usually involve slapping someone in the face, maybe punching them a little, causing a bruise, a cut, a scrape. Serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any member of the body or any organ. That's what we have here. Serious bodily injury. You can see where they've covered it up by putting that mask over his face. You can see in some of the surveillance clips how he walks holding his hip. His movement is impaired. And obviously we have injuries that have compounded over the days and weeks prior to July 24th, where this child is at risk of death, and in fact he dies. Acts and omissions. Acts, that's simple. When the defendant punched, kicked, kneed, whatever you recall, whatever he did with his body parts to cause those broken bones, those are acts. Omissions, that's a failure. When you have a legal duty to act and you don't act, that's an omission. And in this case, Daniel Garcia had a legal duty to act because he had care, custody, and control of Dominic Aguilar. Dominic Aguilar's last walks down those stairs were not next to Nicole Aguilar. You'll see it in the video. He was standing right next to Daniel Garcia. And who's the individual who carried Dominic's unconscious body back up the stairs after he threw up in the parking lot? was not Nicole Aguilar, it was Daniel Garcia. Who is the individual that carried Dominic's unconscious body back down the stairs that last time to place him in a car seat? It was not Nicole Aguilar. It was Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia checked into that hotel room. He lived with Dominic Aguilar. You see him walking up and down those stairs with Dominic Aguilar. They agreed to live together, split the cost of living. Daniel Garcia and Nicole Aguilar had care, custody, and control of all 4 of those kids jointly, the way they had agreed to live and the way they were living in that hotel. All right, the accomplice witness rule. I'm not going to split any hairs. Nicole Aguilar is guilty of the same crime that we charged Daniel Garcia with. She pled guilty to it, and she came in here and she told you about it. Now, what the law says is you have to believe her, basically, and you also have to corroborate her in a manner that tends to connect Daniel Garcia to the charged crime. That doesn't mean you have to corroborate every little aspect of her testimony. You just have to look for evidence that tends to connect that man to the crime he's charged with. And we start with the surveillance video. You've got 2 exhibits here. State's Exhibit 6. This is just a selection of some of the instances on that stairwell, particularly the ones towards the end, but you also have them checking in, and you have some clips of them walking up and down during the week while they're staying there. This is the full surveillance video. You have it if you want it. I'll warn you, this is a voluminous video, and it will take a long time to go through. But in the interest of justice, we've put it into evidence in case you want to look at it. This video connects Daniel Garcia with this offense. He's there. It's in the room he checked into. He's the one who's with Dominic. And you'll see in that last walk Dominic takes down. Daniel Garcia gives him a little aggressive tug when Dominic is walking too slow. Right after you see him hold his tummy. And you watch that video, you see Dominic hold the tummy, and you watch Daniel Garcia give that little tug. You want to know who did that? Who assaulted that child in the tummy like that? Was it Nicole Aguilar? Or was it that guy who tugged that arm indifferently and with a little bit of anger? You also have corroboration through the text messages that Daniel Garcia sent to Samantha. That didn't come in through Nicole, that came in through Samantha. First he texts her on his own phone. Then he texts her from Nicole's phone. Now, do you need Nicole for that? No, you see in this video, towards the end, he's got her phone. And you see from the phone records that he's calling his mom from her phone, and the time matches up. You also see from the phone records that her phone continues to call his mom as they go to Colorado and as they're at the border, the Texas-Mexico border. His flight up to Colorado to dispose of the body and his flight leaving the country, that's evidence that connects him to the crime because that is evidence of his guilt. Why is it evidence of his guilt? When somebody's guilty, what do they try to do? They try to get rid of the evidence and they try to get out of Dodge. The phone records, the text messages, they connect Daniel Garcia to this offense. You don't even have to get to Daniela. I know they've spent yesterday calling an expert in to question her credibility. You don't even have to get to Daniela to connect Daniel Garcia to this crime and to corroborate the truthfulness of Nicole's testimony. That's what we've been doing this entire week, is showing you all the evidence that casts all the guilt on this man. So now we get to page 7 of the charge, section 9. This is the charged crime. First degree injury to a child, intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury to Dominic. All right? Now you'll notice when you read this, as with all the other charges, there's a lot of ors in there. And there's a lot of different ways you can place those ors, this or that, to get to his guilt. And here's what I'm here to tell you. You do not have to individually agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, as long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. I'm going to say that one more time because it's important. You do not all have to unanimously agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, so long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. So, one of the ways you could agree he's guilty is you could agree that he intentionally caused an injury that resulted in death. Now, I don't think he did that. I don't think the evidence shows that. Now, I do think the evidence shows that he possibly intentionally caused injuries that led to serious bodily injury by way of impairment of his movement, or that he knowingly caused any number of the variations of serious bodily injury on that child. But here's what I think is the easiest way for y'all to resolve this case.
Personal opinion, ask the jury to be instructed to disregard, Your Honor.
Yes, the jury will disregard the last comment by the state.
Move for mistrial, Your Honor.
Okay, what I say is not evidence. I'm just trying to help you guys through this charge. Another way you can look at this is also, and there's an or here, you can look at the omission. Now, 6 of you can think it was an act, and the other 6 can think it's an omission, and you still have a unanimous verdict. But the evidence, I think, is more clear on the omission.
I object to him invoking his personal opinion, Your Honor.
The evidence is more clear on the omission. Why do we know that? It's right here. Look at the way that child walks around that first landing on the stairway. Look at the way. He's hurting. He's in bad shape. And we know from our common experience that he didn't get that way just before he walked into the frame. He was in that room all day. And you'll see on this video, he's in that room all day by himself. A lot. Something happened to him in that room. And that guy knows what happened to him in that room. And he knows what the condition of that child is. And even before that child walks into frame here, ask yourself, would any reasonable person have called 911, gone to the hospital? I mean, we're in a big city. We got doctors, hospitals, urgent cares, fire stations, 911 services. How hard would it have been, even before he walks into the frame, to get this child medical care? It would have been easy. But instead, they keep walking him down those stairs in pain, out into that parking lot where he vomits, where he passes out. And what do they do then? They take him upstairs and lay him down in the bathroom to see if he'll wake up. And we all know exactly why they didn't take him to a doctor. Because when he first walks into this hotel, the first time you see him walking into that hotel, he's got that mask on. And you know the first thing the doctor's going to do when they take him to medical care, he's going to peel that mask off. And that doctor, without hearing all the evidence that you heard, that doctor's going to know exactly what happened. So they can't take him there. So what they do, they just say, hey, we'll lay him upstairs, see if he wakes up. And then rather than going down the street to a hospital or a doctor or an urgent care or fire station, they go through the big country of West Texas, through the desert of New Mexico, and into the mountains of Colorado, and they push his body down a slope. But that's not even enough. They got to go down and they got to hide it in the bushes, and then they got to flee all the way to Costa Rica because they can't be here because they know it's going to catch up with them. And it did catch up with him. And it's going to catch up with him here with you folks. And I ask you to find him guilty of the first-degree charged offense of intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury. Thank you.
12 minutes, Mr. Sullivan. Rebuttal will be used.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mr. Gross, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning. So the facts of this case are straightforward for you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We said from the beginning, actions speak louder than words. And what do we mean by that? What do we get down to the actual thought about that? Nicole admitted she's trying to manipulate you all members of the jury. She said she stopped taking her medications so that she could look more emotional in front of you all. That's manipulation by her. Just like she and Samantha tried to manipulate Daniela. She told her mom, Nicole told her mom, that she was caught lying when trying to get a deal in this case. A sweetheart deal, because she admitted to you all she would do anything she could to get out of a 5 to life case. Because she was facing a first-degree felony, still is, that's 5 to life. And she got a sweetheart deal from these prosecutors for a cap of 15. And how did she do it? By lying to them, because she told her mom. And she admitted to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that she was caught lying when she tried to get a deal last month, April 25th, 2024. And she admitted that that was after lying to every law enforcement officer, every family member, every prosecutor, and frankly, ladies and gentlemen, she lied to you. She lied to the FBI and the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica. She admitted to that. She lied about burying Dominic. And this is after Daniel Garcia is out of the picture. He's not even in that house anymore. And she's lying about burying Dominic. She said put him in a shallow grave in Colorado. And that's Nicole is the one that's guiding that shit. She's the one making the decisions. Nicole says we're going to take him to Colorado. And then we're going to go down to Costa Rica to my family. That's Nicole in charge. She lied to her family when she got to Costa Rica. She admitted to that. You ladies and gentlemen on the jury, she lied to her mom. And even more importantly, when she got here in front of you all ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and she claimed that she saw bite marks and a messed up jaw, that is not what Agent Igualada said when he testified, because we asked him, we said, what did she tell you? She told me no marks or injuries. No marks or injuries. And she admitted she lied to SAPD because she was scared they would blame her for everything. And why not? Because she lied to you. And how do we know that? Trying to figure out if someone lied to you or not is one thing. Looking at the science, that's another thing. Let's look at the science for a second. There is no cause of death determined in this case. Now, why is that important? The prosecutor is going to get up after me. And the prosecutor is an experienced prosecutor. He's going to show you horrible pictures of Dominic, what he looked like coming out of that ravine. And it is undisputed, it's horrible what happened to Dominic. But it wasn't Daniel that did that, it was Nicole. The prosecutor is going to show you text messages and all these other things to try to overcome this, but here's the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. The medical examiner and the experts told you all there's no cause of death. Unknown cause of death. Unknown. No injuries at or near the time of death. Nicole claims all these injuries occurred at or near the time of death. The medical examiner, their own witnesses, said there are no injuries at or near the time of death. No paramortem injuries. No way to know when the fractures occurred. The antemortem part of the ME's testimony here is where the government's own independent experts, their own medical examiners, their own doctors, their own science, says Nicole lied to you because it's a month or more from the date of death on some of these injuries. How do you square that, ladies and gentlemen? How do you square that?
Evidence not in front of the jury, Judge. Misstating the evidence, sorry.
A month or more from the date of death. A month or more. Where are we a month or more? July 2021. A month prior to that, June 2021. Nicole told you all, ladies and gentlemen, looked you in the eye and said these injuries happened at the hotel. Happened at the hotel. Or hotels, if you believe her, 1, 2, and 3. That is a lie. Their own experts established that. That is a lie, a month or more from date of death on some of these injuries. Their own experts can't agree on the timing of the injuries. And it's unknown who or what caused those fractures. It's unknown. Now, here's the thing. A case like this is tragic. It's horrible. What happened to Dominic should never happen to anybody. But even more horrible is for someone to flash horrible pictures in front of you all and get you angry and mad and wrongfully convict a young man where the evidence does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, we're looking at this. You remember during jury selection, and we were very, very, careful during War Diary a few weeks ago. Remember we talked about reasonable suspicion, probable cause. I mean, probable cause. What kind of evidence would you need to convince someone that it's okay to go kick in someone's door at 3 in the morning to search for drugs? That was probable cause. This evidence from Nicole, does that even give you probable cause to think that Daniel Garcia did? No. All those lies and their own experts contradicting Nicole. You to kick in someone's door at 3 a.m. over something Nicole tells you based on the facts of this case? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nicole lied when she said all fractures from the week of the hotel. Their own expert said that to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And we know it's unrebutted from Daniela. They were playing tag throughout the hotel. They were swimming together, she and Dominic. They went to the water park together, she and Dominic. How is that consistent with those cracked ribs, a cracked pelvis, and a cracked jaw all occurring at the hotel? Daniela, can't give you that, and Nicole clearly lied about it. And here's the quote, the very last quote there from Nicole. It was just so random and unexpected when Dominic died in the hotel. It was just so random and unexpected. She can't keep her story straight. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, should not be manipulated by Nicole in this case. Thank goodness we have the WhatsApps. The WhatsApps are a roadmap to Nicole in this case. The WhatsApps. August 23rd, 2021. Keep in mind, Daniel's gone. Keep in mind, the body is going to be discovered in 2 more days. August 23rd, 2021. I love you. I can't say it enough, so get smothered with it. I love you. Where does that come from if she thinks that Daniel Garcia caused these injuries? Good night, baby, sweet dreams. But here's what's even more alarming. Just think about it. The body is found August 25th, 2021. And that night, the night of August 25th, 2021, Nicole says, when they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man and father and you care. Where does that come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. Nicole caused those injuries to Dominic, not Daniel Garcia. And they occurred a month or so prior to the July time period in 2021. That's an admission by Nicole. She caused these injuries. She doesn't say, I can't believe you did these things to Dominic. I never want to see you again. Where's that kind of language? I value what we have too. The night of August 25th, after the body is found, I love you too. I value what we have. I feel bad because you're not with me, and I blame myself for that. That is Nicole, ladies and gentlemen, saying that she caused that damage to Dominic and put them in the position they are. I fucked up as a parent, failed my children. How does that happen? Now, the state would like you to believe that this is Daniel somehow, making Nicole do these things. How's that possible? Nicole picks Colorado. Nicole picked Costa Rica down to her family, not Daniel. And then where's that come to you then? After these WhatsApp lines, we know Nicole has anger issues. She tried looking emotional and contrite and very petite up here, but we know when Nicole found out that DJ was seeing Ivani from her mom Surly on a phone call at the jail, like, fuck bro, she's a fucking baby. You want to go murder something? Go do it. Fuck her dad up. That is an angry person. That is someone who's capable of doing anything at all. And Nicole admitted, Siri said not to fight anymore in the jail and try to control herself more. And so then where does that bring us, ladies and gentlemen? Where does that bring us in this case? These incredible things from Nicole. I'll say this, and I'll say it again. Nicole is a monster, not a mother. Nicole is a monster, not a mother. What mother takes a dead child that she caused the death on and she caused those injuries on and straps them into the back seat of a car? What monster does that? Not mother. And then she claims she has sex with Daniel Garcia in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Come on. And this is the one she claims caused the death of her child, Dominic? That's a lie. The truth is, Nicole did that, and you could have told that by her demeanor on the stand when just how she appeared on the stand when she was testifying. When Dominic soiled his pants at the hotel, I spanked him so hard and so many times until my hand hurt and I felt the anger. That's a monster. That's Nicole. That's the one who causes problems in this case. That's why these experienced prosecutors gave her a sweetheart deal of 15. Because they're hurting so bad for evidence in the case, they need someone to come in and point the finger at Daniel Garcia. Someone to come in and corroborate what it is that Nicole is saying. She flipped off Daniel and said, "What the hell?" So she's clearly not fearful of him. And did you notice her demeanor in the stairwell? Because the prosecutors played it enough times, and they're going to play it again, I'm sure, in their closing after I sit down. You remember, not once was Nicole crying. Not once. She was rubbing her head once, like this, and the prosecutor said, what is that you're doing right there? I was rubbing my head. They were hoping she would say, I was crying and wiping tears, but she wasn't. I mean, she sits in her car for 15 minutes while Daniel takes Dominic upstairs and she watches social media for 15 minutes while all this is happening. And recall, she claims this is when all the ribs are fractured, the pelvis is fractured, and the jaw is fractured. Yet she sits in the car for 15 minutes. How is that possible? There's no corroboration who threw Dominic down that ravine in Colorado. Now, the prosecutors, they've got a phone call, but the jury instruction that Judge Meza gave you is very clear. Mere presence is not enough to convict someone. Mere presence is not enough to convince anyone beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed an offense. And the other key thing in those jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you is presumption of innocence. You remember we talked about that during voir dire. Presumption of innocence, the red bar I had, remember, all that is not guilty. The red bar, presumption of innocence. And in the jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you, it says the presumption of innocence alone is enough to find someone not guilty. The presumption of innocence alone. How does that play with these horrible things that happened to Dominic? How does that play with these horrible pictures that he's going to show you right after I sit down? It should stand firm, because we talked about it in voir dire. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit someone, especially on the facts of a case like this where Nicole's an admitted liar, and it's clear Daniela has been coached and subjected to thoughts by other people to testify against her dad. Where's Ivani and the two dogs in Colorado while Nicole is throwing Dominic into the ravine? See, Nicole has all these lies going, but they just don't hold up. She's saying that a 1.5-year-old, 2-year-old in the backseat of a car is just sitting there while a rope is tied to a steering wheel and someone rappels down that rope and then she helps back up that rope. What's the 2-year-old and the two dogs doing during all this time? It doesn't make sense. Nicole's lies just don't hold together on that. There's no corroboration about who caused Dominic's injuries. And clearly, Nicole tried telling you all that Daniel said, hey, don't use the phone anymore. Yet she called her mom Surly for money. She called her mom Surly for coyote money to get across the border. Nicole is in charge, it's obvious, and she's the one that caused the injuries in this case. So, we know that Nicole has a horrible history with Dominic. And why is that important? Dr. Watts made that very clear to you all. When we look to see if there's suggestiveness or bias or coaching, we want to see what the facts are that led up to this. Well, we know Nicole lied when Dominic was born about who the dad was. Their own experts came in and said, we ran the DNA, and guess what? It wasn't DJ that Nicole put on the birth certificate, it was someone else. And we know that Nicole canceled sick visits on Dominic. Who does that? A monster. Dominic got out of the home and unattended outside in 2018. Just think of that. He's 3 years old. And he gets outside the home and unattended outside. Now, that can happen. You know, you have a child that gets out like that. But how about Dominic at 3 years old? And of course, this is before Daniel's anywhere near the facts of this case. In October of 2020, this is 2018, Dominic got a marijuana vape pen and smoked it. And Dominic had open sores in his groin and buttocks in 2019. How does that happen? It happens from a mother who doesn't care about you. That's how that happens. She's more interested in herself and doing what she wants to do, like smoking marijuana or whatnot. Dominic was potty trained but regressed in 2019, and Dr. Watts was very clear about that. That regression of potty training comes from, very likely, abuse of Dominic. That's why there was a regression in the potty training in 2019. That's before Daniel Garcia even knew Nicole. Dominic was seen by a mental health clinician, and there was concerns about language development, him being in the second percentile. That's indicative of abuse of Dominic well before Daniel Garcia is even anywhere near this case. And Nicole sends a letter to Samantha and drew pics to Daniela. April 3rd, 2023. Just think about that. She writes a letter, Nicole, and draws a drawing of Daniela and sends it to, and the prosecutors, you know, they try to say, well, now wait a minute, Dr. Watts. Do we even know? Do we even know if Daniela got that? And Dr. Watts says, well, I personally can't say he did or not. But what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that after she got that letter from Daniela through Samantha, Daniela then out of the blue said, Nicole did nothing wrong in this case. Yet we know for a fact, Daniela pled guilty to this case to injury to a child. And she's doing anything she can do to cut her time on this case. Nicole told Surly, we know this, April 25th, 2024, a month ago. Nicole told Surly, her mother, on the phone from jail, the prosecutors were frustrated because of Nicole's answers, and the prosecutor thought Nicole was lying. She tried lying and she fixed the answers. That, ladies and gentlemen, is reasonable doubt. Absolute reasonable doubt. The prosecutor touched on what Daniel supposedly did to show care, custody, and control. Well, Daniel never took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, medical care. Daniela made it clear from the beginning. Nicole said, look, I took care of my kids, Daniel took care of her kids. That is not assuming protection, food, shelter, or medical care. Carrying a child up a stairwell is not taking responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care. Daniel could not have enrolled him in school. He could not have left town with him, couldn't have gotten on a plane with him. Daniel could not have taken him out of the country. Daniel could not have picked him up from school. None of those things, and none of the evidence in this case shows that Daniel ever took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care in this case. It's clear Daniela misses her dad when she made those statements to Child Safe and to SAPD. And Daniela said, I feel safe with my mom, my dad, and my cousin. They asked her, who do you feel safe with, Daniela? And she said, my mom, my dad, and my cousin. And that was August 23rd, 2021, right after these events occurred and the police first talked to her. She wanted to see her dad, September 3rd, 2021. She wanted to call her Grammy to know dad is okay. And there were no reports at school, no behavioral concerns from 2021 to 2024. And we know that she finally recanted, Daniela did. She took it back. She said, you know, I did not see my dad knee Dominic or throw him to the ground. And that's huge, ladies and gentlemen. It's clear that Daniela's been coached in this case. It's clear she's subjected to suggestiveness in this case. And she's not credible when she comes in and says anything negative about her dad, because that's Samantha and Nicole working against Daniel through Daniela. We know in the first interview, Daniela said nothing about Dominic and Daniel. Nothing. Just, I miss my dad, and I trust my mom, my dad, and my cousin. She said it happened at a hotel. She doesn't remember when she last saw Dominic. She doesn't remember going home with her mom that day at the hotel. She didn't know if mom picked her up later. She lied about Daniel throwing Dominic to the ground or kneeing him, and lied. She admitted she'd lied to Eric Mata from Child Safe on the video. She said we stayed at only one hotel, playing tag, swimming, and eating pizza, and that's unrebutted. How does a kid with broken ribs, a broken pelvis, and a broken jaw do those things? They can't. It's not possible. The prosecutor's going to keep showing that video of Daniel Garcia holding Dominic up by his arm off the ground. If there were cracked ribs and a cracked pelvis, that child would be screaming in pain and just rolling on the ground in pain. That doesn't happen. And Daniela says, I don't remember if Daniel hit Dominic. That was the last question that Bridget Garza asked Daniela when Daniela was testifying in this case. She said, I don't remember if Daniel hit Dominic. And then the prosecutor turns around and says, well, Daniel did hit Dominic, didn't he? Yes, he did. How do you go back and forth like that? And there's certainly no evidence of serious bodily injury through Daniela. Daniela said, I just hit him. That's only bodily injury. It's not serious bodily injury. On October, just one more time to go through this, April 10th, 2024, Daniela tells the prosecutor she lied about seeing Daniel hurt Dominic. April 17th, 2024, a week and a half ago, April 17th, 2024, Daniela says she does not remember how Daniel hurt Dominic. She's being coached. She's being coached by Samantha and Nicole. Dr. Watts, her testimony is unrebutted. Daniela has an unreliable memory because of this coaching. She's vulnerable to suggestibility, which occurred in this case, and a victim of being coached, which occurred in this case. It's our position, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, that on the facts of this case, what you've heard through Daniela and Nicole are the only witnesses who try to put anything on Daniel in this case. Respectfully, Daniel is not guilty in this case, and you should find him not guilty of all these charges. Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to set up? Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. May it please the court, opposing counsel. So I guess the defense's strategy is to simply misstate the evidence that was presented to you.
I object to counsel striking at the defendant over shoulders of defense counsel, Your Honor. I ask the jury to be instructed to disregard that. Move
So-
to mistrial, Your Honor.
So if you recall from the experts that came up and testified, the injuries occurred not months, but they were consistent with occurring over days to weeks at a time. Again, that's what's in evidence. What this case is about, that little boy right there, Dominic Aguilar, and what happened to him. I agree with defense. Nicole is a horrible parent. Doesn't even deserve to be called a mother. That is true. If you knew nothing about this case, nothing. Let's say you just came in and you saw this video, right? We're going to focus. Let's focus first on the omission part. And you saw this. You see this family coming down. What looks to be like a family. They're staying in that same hotel room. And you notice, again, it's July in Texas. And then you see this little boy who's struggling to walk down the stairs. His face is covered. It's July. No other kids are having their face covered right there in that video. It's July in Texas, and he's wearing a hoodie. there he is walking. So one of the comments right now was, when he tugs at his arm and he pulls at it, well, why is he not rolling around the ground screaming? His jaw is broken in 2 spots. That's why. Then you see that. Then, again, you knew nothing. Then you see the defendant coming up there, bringing that child, his limp body, up to the hotel room. And then, do you think maybe we should call for medical care? No, doesn't do that. Instead, here he is packing his bags, leaving. Child's still upstairs, getting ready to leave. What corroborates him taking custody is they were all staying in the same hotel room. They moved from Florida to Texas. That's corroborated by multiple witnesses. And here we have departure date, July 29th. So here he is leaving 4 days earlier, sending these text messages of, are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency. I got to go back to Miami. Why is he lying about that? Why is he not saying, hey, I need help. This kid needs help. He has access to his phone. And again, remember from the evidence, he tells Nicole, my phone's messed up, right? That's around midnight, right after you see Dominic being taken upstairs, unconscious. Yet he's using his phone hours later. And then he starts texting from Nicole's phone that he needs to go to Miami, lying about that. Then, what do we see? Him taking this child's body into that car. Then, brought you cell phone records. Go all the way up to Colorado. And his body's found on the side of a mountain. And we brought you that. The clothes he was wearing. See that blue shirt? This mountain? Left his body there. He did that with Nicole. Again, we talked about even FBI agents who are familiar with that area had to use rope to come up and down that mountain. So it's consistent even with what Nicole is saying. And I guess the comment was, where's Avani? Where's Avani during this while they're doing this? A 2-year-old, right? I guess he's never heard of car seats. That's where she is, in a car seat, restrained, while they are going and disposing of her brother's body. And then the defendant shows up in Costa Rica. Here's a photo of him in Costa Rica. Nicole Aguilar, yes, we did bring her. She is selfish. She is self-centered. She is a neglectful mother. I put that in quotes because she doesn't deserve that honor to be called mother, but legally that's what she is. So, she lied to police about this case. That is true. You don't have to like her. You don't have to like her. But from what she said, can we corroborate what she said? Does that evidence tend to connect when we corroborate it? Her actions are consistent with her CPS history from Florida. She is a neglectful mother. That's consistent. She let this happen to Dominic. He caused those injuries, and she let it happen because she was more concerned about herself and having a boyfriend or whatever. And you heard from their own expert, she didn't have any history of physical abuse in Florida. And Nicole's testimony is consistent with what we see in the evidence. We stayed at 3 different hotels. We got that corroborated by Samantha. There are the addresses right there. There was an intent to move to San Antonio as a family. It's corroborated by Shirley Acevedo when they left Florida. It's also corroborated by Samantha, in particular of this text right here, where they're talking about him moving. This is, of course, after he lies about going to Miami. Instead of going to Miami, he's going up to Colorado to go dump the child's body on the side of a mountain. But if you notice, they're discussing between Samantha and Daniel about his intent to move here, to be involved in their children's school. Daniel assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic. You see him in those videos with Dominic. The abuse of Dominic happened by Daniel, or the abuse of Dominic by Daniel happened across 3 different hotels. That's consistent with the anthropologist's findings that the injuries to Dominic's bones were days to weeks old. Days to weeks old. Consistent with what we see on video. It's also consistent with findings from Dr. Burson and Dr. Molina that the abuse was not a singular event, that it was abuse across multiple events. So here we go. Daniel punched Dominic in the face multiple times. What we have, when they first arrive on the 20th of July, his face is already covered. Why? Because he wants to hide it from everybody. Because he knows as soon as you take that mask off, he's got a swollen face because he's been punched in the face by that man. By that man sitting right there. He's got a crack in the jaw, in the front. He's got a crack in the back. It's a 5-year-old boy. Daniel hit Dominic with his fist and knee in Dominic's chest and stomach area. Anthropologists noted that there were breaks in multiple ribs. Looking at this video, again, I'm going to show you this video because that's what happened. We can go back in time and look to see what was going on. That's why I'm showing you this video. You see him holding his side. You see him struggling to walk. Dr. Molina also stated that that type of injury could eventually lead to pneumonia, which could eventually lead to death. And we see it consistent with their findings. And here's one of Daniel and Dominic by themselves. Dominic would get punched in the butt multiple times by Daniel, while Daniel would hold his face into the mattress and just repeatedly punch and punch and punch him and punch him across multiple hotels. You see him struggling to walk. Our experts describe that those injuries are there in the pelvis region. It affect his way to walk, and you see it in the video. Dr. Burson stated that these injuries are the type that would require medical intervention. And actions do speak louder than words. I agree, they do. So what actions did the defendant take? He lied about why he needed to leave San Antonio, lied about a job opportunity in Miami. He disposed of Dominic's body with Nicole Aguilar in another state, and ultimately fled the country. Dr. Molina, injuries sustained by Dominic qualify as serious bodily injury. How do we know that the defendant knew he was causing serious bodily injury? He had Dominic's face covered. He had him covered up from head to toe. He knew that if Dominic was taken to a hospital, the kids would be taken away. He disposed of Dominic's body to keep that evidence from you. He told Nicole that they should hope an animal would get to his body. And he got his wish. We brought you Dr. Flint, who described how maggots ate Dominic's soft tissue. And that's why he became a skeleton out there. That little 5-year-old boy, that's what became of him. Maggots ate his brain. Can't analyze what happened to his brain. Because him and Nicole disposed of his body. Dr. Flint also corroborates that the body was disposed around July 26th of 2021. Nicole eventually took law enforcement to the body. Also told them the address of the hotel, the last hotel they were staying at, which allowed law enforcement to get that surveillance video. The one that we've been seeing, the one that's been presented to you. Daniel tells Nicole that his phone isn't working. Again, as I mentioned earlier, hours later he's texting Samantha from his own phone. And we can see it on video. Right here. There's Nicole handing the phone to Daniel. Notice how his hands are wet. Consistent with the statement that he took the kid into the bathtub and put water on his face to see if he'd wake up. Daniel used a rope to get up the mountain after he moved the body because he was not satisfied with where it was. Was Nicole not completely forthcoming? Yeah, she wasn't. She wasn't. Because of those water jugs right there. She described throwing them at her own child's body so that that body would roll further down the mountain. And there they are. There's the water jug. Daniel then used Nicole's phone to communicate with Arlen Acosta, his mom. There it is. There's him on the phone. Again, we talked about the UTC conversion time. That call's made at 11:04 a.m. Daniel had his mom send his passport. And here we see, based on the cell phone records, a lot of calls right before the phone leaves the country on the 28th. To Arlen Acosta, the 305 number. You can see him. Daniel then uses coyotes to cross Nicole through various country borders. And that's corroborated with Jorge Rojas, who we brought over here. He said there was no record of Nicole Aguilar crossing into Costa Rica legally. Even though she's a natural citizen from Costa Rica, she was born there, but she crossed illegally into her own home country. And there was record of Daniel Garcia and his vehicle, that white vehicle, crossing into Costa Rica. So what were Daniel's plans in Costa Rica? He asked Christian Aguilar about establishing a business or a farm in Costa Rica. It corroborates actually what Nicole stated about their plans. This is kind of like a restart in Costa Rica, I guess. It contradicts Daniel's earlier plans about moving to San Antonio to be closer with his children. And again, looking at those text messages that you'll have, he's even telling her, well, once I'm done with this Miami job, I'll come back because I'll have this safety net and cushion. But again, he's going to Costa Rica. He's got no plans to come back. Why? Because he knows what he did. Daniela Garcia, here's the actual questions. Here they are. You can see them. Put them on this slide. Did your dad hit Dominic? Yes. Did Nicole ever hit Dominic? No. Did you feel safe with Nicole? Yes. And then here's a screenshot from July 25th, 2021, 9:14 in the morning. Daniela and Nicole sitting right next to each other. This is after Daniela has described that she's seen a unconscious, not moving Dominic on the bathroom floor. So what do we see in these videos? This video, July 23rd, 2021, 9:49 p.m. This is the last time that you'll see Dominic walking and not covered up. Entire body. Still got that face mask though, but here he is, walking up those stairs. Then all of the 24th of July, the entire day, Dominic is up in that room, not coming down. You're going to see Nicole come down these steps. So what do these tell us about what's going on? Why is Dominic staying in that room all day? Here she comes. You'll notice her make a gesture to Daniel. She flicks him off. She's upset. Again, I'm not saying you have to like Nicole. She's a horrible mother. But the evidence is on that video. And what we see in the next one. This is, again, Dominic's still in that room. He didn't come out for the 24th. 6:38 p.m. Here comes Daniel and the kids. Here comes Nicole. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't know what a video is. It's probably worth a lot more. Again, no Dominic. July 24th, 9:55 p.m. No Dominic, but here comes the pizza. Talked about this pizza. Here it comes. Dominic's still in that room, not allowed to eat pizza. And we've seen this video many times. We finally see Dominic after a whole day of being in that room alone by himself. Walking down these stairs, struggling. The tug on the arm. Actions. Daniel's actions caused those injuries. Nicole's lack of action or her omission let Daniel cause those injuries on Dominic. Daniel's omission is knowing that Dominic was injured, and instead of giving him help, he fled San Antonio. He left. With Nicole, they disposed his body in Colorado, which led to the maggots eating his body. And then they both fled the country. Daniel Garcia is guilty. I ask that you find him guilty of the most serious offense. The evidence is there. Nicole's already pled and taken responsibility for her actions, and now it's your turn to hold Daniel Garcia responsible and hold him accountable for his actions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have all of the evidence in this case. You have the charge of the court, and you have the closing argument. So the moment that I have been telling you about, where I can tell you do not deliberate, now I'm telling you this is the start of your deliberation. So we have ordered your lunch. It should be here in the next 30 minutes or so. We will take it to you as soon as it's here, but for now, follow the instructions. Select your foreperson, begin your deliberations. We are also going to collect your devices, like I explained yesterday. At this time, you are ordered to go and begin your deliberations. Thank you.
All right for the jury?
Thank you. May be seated. Mr. Foreperson? Foreperson, yes. Do you all have a verdict? Is your verdict unanimous? Go ahead and hand the verdict to my bailiff. I will first inspect it to make sure it is in proper form before I read it. I do find that the verdict is in proper form. If the defense could please rise. In cause number 2023 CR 6452, the verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child as charged in the indictment. Does either side wish to pull the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say names or numbers. I'm just simply going to point at you. This doesn't include the alternates, okay? So I'm going to start at the back, and I'm going to ask you if this is your verdict. So juror in the back, is this your verdict? In the blue shirt. Is this your verdict?
Yes. 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 That is yours.
Still in the back?
No.
Yes, is this your verdict?
Alternate.
Alternate, okay, you're an alternate too? Alternate. Okay, in the front.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this actually concludes your your jury service. During a break, the defendant changed his election of punishment to the court, and I have granted that election of punishment. And so this concludes your service. You are now released from all of the instructions I had previously given you. I thank you on behalf of everyone who worked on this case. I thank you for your time. What I'm going to do is you're going to go back to the jury room. We're going to give you your devices back. I will have your work excuses and meet you in the back shortly. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. We're back on the record. Mr. Garcia, based on the jury's verdict in this case, I'm going to remand you without bond on this matter and sentence you. We'll set a sentencing date of August the 14th. That's a Wednesday at 1:30. And we will continue on from day to day until all of the sentencing evidence is heard. I will order probation clerks. I need to order a PSI and a TAP evaluation.
And Your Honor,
Yes?
because we have one punishment witness who's from out of country and is present today, would the court be willing to hear testimony from that witness?
I can. Yes, I can, unless you want to agree to have the witness here for by Zoom.
Zoom is fine.
Can your witness do Zoom?
While they're checking, Your Honor, I noticed the alternates came in with the jury. Were they separate from the jury during deliberations?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure it's clear for the record. Thank
It
you,
is
Judge.
clear. It is, for purposes of the record, the alternates always remain in county court for jury room by themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we have one from out of state and one from out of country, and both are able to do via Zoom.
Okay, August 14th at 1:30 then. I'm going to carry the other cases for the same date. What do you guys intend on doing with those?
We'd like to keep them open pending any appeal, and I'm pending approval from the district attorney. We can talk to Mr. Gross about any kind of deal that maybe we can work out.
Okay. For now, we're going to get, so please explain to your client that we are going to start the PSI process. He will be interviewed, and so he needs to do his part on that. Like, I'm not going to hold up the PSI for you guys to negotiate. It's going to go forward. Okay? All right. I'm going to go back to dismiss the jurors, and then I will come back in and get you if they want to talk to you. It's totally optional with them.
So I'm clear, Judge, otherwise we're excused.
Otherwise, you're excused,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
And your client can go back?
Yes.
Okay. Ready, Mom?
Here, take this to bed.